Good morning, guys. um, is $5 still the level for Riley, or if things changed after earnings? No, five's still really important. Yeah, but if you have 100 shares of Nvidia, that's $1 a year. Is this prone to violent bounces yet? We tested the 75 support this morning. Hard to say if that's going to act as like a serious support. 59.95 to the upside's like huge resistance. So there's a ton of sold puts right around spot. And then there's bot puts. Ooh. There's also some bot puts. Some coming in at 59.85, 59.80. Major support on the sold put side. Seems to be forming down around 59.25 and 5900. Maybe a bit around 45 to 35 also. Looks like sold calls just above 60.10. Yeah, looks pretty bearish. $75 and $50 are both pretty significant. The flip points are both like way above spot, 60.12 and 60.19. So we're between like 50 and 30 would open up a really good opportunity for bears or bulls to sell. Uh, bulls to sell some stuff. Like if we tested like 59.30, that'd be a really good opportunity to sell some puts for today. Although how rapidly we get there is makes a difference. You're muted on the Discord. Oh shit. Okay. I can start the thing and I'm muted. Fantastic. Maybe this doesn't work. It's very clumpy. What are futures doing? Chopping around 604. I took the ghost powder, like the lemonade powder, and then I put it in tea for an extra kick. But it doesn't seem to be dissolving in the tea. Very grainy. Did I hear ice cubes? Yeah. Are you not drinking espresso like a sane person? Because my espresso machine's been broken for like 2 months. And I don't want to take it to like I don't want to take it or ship it to upstate New York to have it fixed. Maybe the water is saturated with tea and can't dissolve the ghost powder. It's kind of getting there. It's just taking a while. Win hat? I don't know. Figure the same timeline as me shipping my espresso machine, so I could just buy a new espresso machine. Tempting. Fix it yourself? No, it's not easy. Mobile espresso repair could be a good business. Sure. You can do a lot of things, but that would require executive function, Mr. I've been tested. They didn't test me for laziness. They tested me. I fucking aced the exam. Do you have a blender bottle? Yeah. They do exist. But the three that are readily available near me don't service the machine I have. Excuse me, Mr. Nuke, sir. You left all the questions blank. You scored 100%. Nice. You need to buy a backup espresso machine. I was thinking about that. And like, what if my backup is like the espresso machine that I really wanted to get and also way more expensive than the one I have? You know? But it's just like but I need a backup. Is there something happening today that would make the options so expensive? Yeah, you see VIX? That's happening. So now we go down 4 days in a row. That's insane. Is this a market crash? I don't think I've seen the market go down 4 days in a row during a market crash. Ew, I'm not buying a Chemex. I exist on being highly overproductive and then couch potato life because balance. Yeah, there's a name for that, Bert. It's called bipolar disorder, and it's very serious. I'm getting uncontrollably bearish. We're gonna bounce soon. I don't know. We're kind of losing 59.75 right now. Did you just diagnose Simil's wife with bipolarism? No, she diagnosed herself with it. Hush you. I'm so not that. What's the good word on Riley that went up yesterday? It's down today. But they got their earnings released, so they're caught up on their backlog of unreleased financial information. Finally. They got some money from selling off assets like 2 months ago to pay down some of the debt from their failed merger. So they're in a better place overall. I don't know if it's something I'd want to buy shares of, but maybe one day they'd bring the divvy back. It used to be pretty good. How much of this is the BOJ raising rates and the carry trade unwinding? Well, you know what? The carry trade is slowly unwinding. Also, Bitcoin's down like almost 5% today, and it fell below its major technical level at like 89,164, was it? The one I said was really bearish. That happened earlier today, and now it's at 87,000. So that was quick. Guys, I'm fine. Everything is fine. It's called manic depressive disorder, and it's a wild ride. In corporate speak, bipolar is now called agile sprints. Perfect. Can you peek at NVO? Just because I make a prediction on a stock on the weekend stream that somebody asks about doesn't mean I actually want to go look at it again. It's up. They've got the obesity drugs, right? There was some news recently on like all the GLP-1 stuff was uh no longer being like manufacturing had hit demand, which should be good for the major manufacturers, bad for compounders. This is really nice. I really like it when the market is exactly what I want it to do. 50 is resistance. That's an important one. But the speed at which we're moving down to it could mean that we break through it and keep going down more. Bull's dead. Gorg, I'm holding on to my 0 DT puts for dear life. They're up 400%. Nice. Absolutely no technical support on NQ for 90 bips. Is that true? Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. Uh, I think there is something close to here. Hold on. There's some at 21,240. And then, yeah, below that, 21,800, 181. And then 2,100. Or 21,000. There, I'll slap those on there. That's close enough. Oh, look at that. Shocker. Yeah, I got stopped out too. Yeah, I know. What did I tell you about BTC if it went below 89,000? I can't wait for Michael Saylor to lose everyone's everything. Been away for the past 3 days. I bought a house in Canada. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. What's causing the market downturn over the past 3 days? Shit's fucked, yo. No, I'm not kidding. Like that's really what's happening here. It's just kind of the aggregate bullshit has gotten too much. Sailor's not going to jump out of a building. He's just going to sell his shares faster. Nice call on the 59.50 resistance. Tightened my stop. Got bumped out basically at the bottom. Same. Well, they have to sell their Bitcoin if they get called on the convertible debt. Hmm. That bounce sucked. Hmm. D8. Damn. It's 48.25. It's a lot of volume. I cannot see DN on the screen. Haha. It's because they're so far out of the money. Yeah, they're really way above spot. GFGF being so far away indicates a trend day. Generally, yeah. Do you think we break 50? It's possible. It's a decent support, but it's definitely possible. Remember what I said last night? Like, it's far more advantageous for bulls to wait until we get down to like 59.30, 59.20, and then sell puts there. That doesn't mean that's what they'll do, but it is more advantageous. They could try to catch it at 50, but they might get fucked if they do, because, like, IV is still rising quite a lot. How low do you think Nvidia can go up to earnings? Wait, what? How does positioning show Nvidia will go to like 115 or 120 before earnings tomorrow? I don't know if it'll go to either of those. Delta neutral's at 121 on it. That's at 127 right now. There's a little bit of support at 26 and 24 to the downside. If it loses 24, pretty bearish all the way down to like 110. Although I don't know if that would be realized before earnings. I think it's very likely at some point today we get a bounce. Uh, hmm. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to do something. Retail trade's doing a little bit better today, but tech's still shitting the bed. Fucking Amazon's down like 8%. Meta's down 10 over the last week. Maybe Geo's down 11. Nvidia's down 10. JPM's down 7. Fuck. Is this the beginning of the end? We'll see. We're still a long way from it being a crash. Although it is a correction right now. Very close to becoming a technically relevant one, too. Yeah, we're still clinging to 50 a little bit. But you see how, like, no one really wants to short vol aggressively? It's really dangerous to short it right now. There's a bounce of 59.30. How high could it realistically get pushed? Good question. There's quite a lot of delta in the money, or above spot. I would say reasonably 60-30 or 60-50 wouldn't be that hard. Above 60-50 gets a little bit more difficult. I don't know if that would happen in one day, but we'll have to see. The path down to like 5,900 is not great. Like it starts to, like gamma starts to flatten out quite a lot.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Is there a level where VIX matters, gets out of control, or is it all psychological?
Mostly psychological.
3.
I mean, the problem with volatility rising as rapidly as it is that like, and historic vol still not having caught up to it, is that it's really risky to sell volatility here because performance is roughly in line with the rise in historic vol. And so if you sell vol here, you take a really big risk that that vol keeps rising. You get blown up. Especially if you're selling it in the short term. Yeah, the 200 EMA is really far from spot. But we broke through the 20 MA on the weekly. We're below 59.50. The next significant support to the downside is like 57.73. And then 56.96 below that. I guess 58.32 is kind of important too, just because of the trend, but this isn't great. $59.23 on the daily is that was kind of our low for early Feb. But the Jan low was 57.73, which is still a long way from spot. Between 30 and 23, like where the technical support is. Ooh, JPY broke 149. Is there a place to watch for a bounce on Tesla? What was that, like 330, 320? There were some supports. I said if it lost 320, it was probably going to go to 300. What's it at? I thought I wrote Tesla up over the weekend. Didn't I? Yeah, I said failed to bounce the retested GN and total GEX is moving down alongside continuous drop in Delta. Minor support at 330, 320, but it can continue to grind down slowly as low as 300. Over 355 would have been bullish. Oh, spot on. Damn. Maybe I should pay attention to the stocks I write up over the weekend. Yeah, no problem. Where it's gonna go now? I guess it's getting closer to 300 now, so. Yeah, I mean Gamma kind of falls off under 300 pretty hard. So I would say 300 should be decent support. Yeah. Delta neutral's at 292. That would be the next significant shift. I wonder how RC's Bitcoin investment is doing. Did he actually invest in Bitcoin?
Someone put their pickle in my jar, not to be alarmist, but isn't it a bit eerie that Nvidia earnings, GDP and PCE happening Wednesday PM, Thursday and Friday with us already this low?
What's
That
the
the
alarmist?
chances
Isn't
for
it a
more
bit
big
eerie that
downs
NVIDIA
has
earnings,
increased.
GDP, and PC happening
3.
Wednesday, PM, Thursday, Friday, with us already this low? That the chances for more big downs has increased. I mean, I don't think growth is going to slow as much as analysts expect. So I think things will stay relatively inflationary, but I don't think PCE will be all that high just yet. So either one of those things I think could present an opportunity to turn this around a bit. And then, if Nvidia beats on earnings, which is still very possible, I think things will definitely turn around. We are in bearatory on ES. We broke through the bear signal pretty quickly too. We're getting really close to that 59.23 level. Yeah, maybe I'll sell some in the money puts here. I'll sell them at like 35, 40. Can I hedge that off? Yeah, this is where I think they try to bounce things. Uh, I love you, Stock God. Hold on, they haven't caught it yet. Made some oodles. Thanks for the knowledge. You got it, Squamsk. I hope you're well stocked on grilled cheeses for the rest of the winter. I just sold some in the money puts. We'll see how it goes.
How do you put their pickle in my jar? You are too good at this. Scalped a quick $400 off of the 5,925.
Lowest commission in the biz.
Here's your commish. 3.
Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Nice, Sean. Well done, man. So there was a reason for this. Because of the volatility conditions. Well, there's a reason they're trying to get support here. They could fail still, but it's a little bit more advantageous here because this is the kind of like this is below the market maker's expected move for the day. And so the zero DTEs are priced really, really highly relative to the potential like realized move for that contract that's still left. Like that at the money put is probably like 17. Yeah, that's like $17. And so if they can sell these, right, they can sell these for a massive premium on what has already been like the full extent of their potential realized move or implied move. And so yeah, that's why I thought it would bounce here because it's, from a pricing perspective, it's really advantageous to sell these. Thoughts on Carvana? It's just been going straight down since earnings. I mean, they're doing a big shelf offering. That's probably the first sign of trouble for them, but I still don't think we see the price totally crash until after payment in kind falls off in the second half of the year. They'll sell more shares. This is just the start. They're going to have to do a lot more offerings to start paying back that debt. They have what, 7 billion in total liabilities. And they have no cash flows. So, like, well, they do, but they suck. Like, their cash flows are dog shit. And some of the interest on that debt is like 12%. Not necessarily in one day, but yeah, it could. Have you have futures options to work on WeBull? I don't think they have options on futures. I've turned 3 portfolios from red to green. Thanks for putting up with us. Your wisdom is invaluable, and I'm eternally grateful. Thanks, man. I just want you guys to make money so you can afford a Gamma Strike and Pigeon Whale. How low could I see EPAM going? Curious. That's a good question. Fuck, I don't know. It's the problem with EPAM is the geopolitical shit. 210 should be kind of good support. Looks like it bounced off that a little bit today. That's also trend support, I think. Oh, here, I'll just respond in the Discord. That call is melting. I'm not too worried about it right now. I've got plenty of time. Short puts at 59.25. Short puts at 35. 40's a little tricky. Looks like bulls are selling the 5900 here. And the 59.25. Resistance at 40. I'm gonna move back to the upside, but then no significant resistance to like 60 or 75. I wonder how many idiots sold puts with you without a hedge or stops. I'm up on a couple of the puts I sold. I don't know if they'd be idiots. Also, how many people in here do you think can sell naked puts on SPX? One? Maybe two? There's a difference between can and should. I'm pretty confident in them. Dude just hit 5,900. It looks like the bounce failed. The bounce hasn't started yet, but momentum has stopped to the downside, which is what's important. They have slowed the pace of the drop dramatically. How do you determine momentum is stopped with my eyeballs? Eyeballs don't work for that. I tried. it's kind of just like an observational thing. And you can look at futures volume, but futures volume is still kind of high on like the 5 minute. If you go down to the 1 minute, you'll see it a little bit better. So yeah, futures volume's falling off after it found the local supports. So volume declines, picked up a little, and then it's declining again. Like this is someone trying to like mount a reversal. Oh, look at that, Bob. Fucking dipshit. Don't call me out. When I fucking nail the price on a $50 drop to like a $3 range. You bitch. Did I tell you I love you? Wait for it to get over 35. Then you can love me. Until then, I don't accept your love. I should have sold a 59.30.25 put spread for $3 and it never filled. It sucks to suck. Did you try selling like the 40.45 put spread? I'm going to call my new thesis the inelastic volatility process. I'm going to be able to afford so many shopping cart forts. Squamsk, if I ever get a personal assistant, or I just need someone to help me spend money on ridiculous shit, I'm gonna pick you. Whoa, I feel glossed over. You're too pragmatic, Nuke. You've never suggested I buy a shopping cart for it. Although, I have a bear of 50. Alright, fair. I wasn't that daring. What do you mean? What's the risk on that spread? What are you daring? It's $15 in the money. It would have been what? 350? So it's $1.50 risk? How's that less viable than the at the money spread? Listen, I'm poor and I think like a poor still, but you were willing to take $200 worth of risk on what's effectively the same thing. No problem, greedy potato. Are we pumping in preparation for another dump? That's a distinct possibility. Ooh, we got back above the bear signal on ES. Look at VWAP all the way up there by 59.80. If you had high confidence, why not sell the 10 to 15 wide? I just sold naked puts. I didn't sell a spread. And technically now I can close my naked puts. Or I could wait. There's a little gap up here. 46. Taste the rainbow. Why do I have so many lines in this area? Get out of here. You too. None of the local ranges let me shoot it there. So I'm gonna hit the sticks. But they do let me shoot my 338 Lapua. How many guns do you have, Nick? Do I need to be worried? Don't let Dork near them. JFresh has been abusing him too much. I kind of want enough money to buy a blimp, and then we can do airship bumper cars. See? That's what I'm talking about. I have plenty of guns, but only 4 weapons. Well, raining dollar bills down onto the poor from your blimps. Why would I bring cash into my blimp? Tesla's gonna lose 300? Wow. I think it's probably gonna find some stability around 300. Unfortunately. It should just dump forever because it's not worth $300 a share. Rain it down? I don't like this. Well, that's food. That's different. See, now my puts are out of the money. Easy. You really are a hero for calling the 30 strike. I called 59.23. Actually. But I figured they would start selling the puts below. Like, the market maker's expected move was 32. So they really started selling the puts there, but it took a while for the momentum to slow. But they started selling them here on the first test. And then they just continued to sell puts through the whole dip. And now the question is if they've sold enough to reverse this shit. It's gonna be hard. That's on TXN during a shelf offering? I mean shelf registration. Registering for shelf registration. It's a weird sentence. I have some buddies who all bought like $500,000 junker cars and then played real life Rocket League. It was not a good idea. That sounds like a great way to get injured horribly. Hey, Jen. I've returned on the date's day for our 3rd anniversary. I return bearing newly refilled ports and call upon law of surprise. Como está, amigo? Aloha, aloha, senor. Guten Morgen. Thanks, dirty little toe beans. How you been? If they're able to reverse this dip, how high could we potentially go? If we can get back above 40, where there is a fairly significant amount of resistance, 59.75, before we run into major resistance. Yeah, I see what Basant said. That's not great. I have a stop on my puts. They're already up, so I don't know if the market's going to really react to that kind of commentary. Been in the mines working overtime for the past 2 months. I made almost a year worth of pay off margin debt, and reloaded the port. Let me at him. Fuck yeah, man. Welcome back. Should be known as Hand Banana. Hand shows up last night. The pickle jar makes tons of money this morning. Hand showed up the night before last, actually. It's this shelf registration filing. The stock is up 10%. You think it would go down? I don't know. I'd have to read it. I don't like. I haven't paid a lot of attention to them recently, so 32 is the math to calculate the implied MM move from Gamma Strike. Yeah, I guess. I mean, there were two. There's two implied moves, right? There's one on the monthly chain and one on the weekly, but I usually just average them. But the bottom of the implied move on the weekly would have been, was it 90 points? So it'd have been like right around where we stopped, I think. It would have been 59.29. If you want to DM me the filing, I'll take a look at it later. Does that work well for individual equities too? It depends on how liquid they are. Do you just mean the implied move? SPX is like a much tighter market, so it's more mechanically reliable. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of different factors at play on equities because the 5-day expiration periods. Like there's no zero DT contract on Tesla today. Carry leverage down to 8.4. Is it? They're nice. Yeah, it's just going off a cliff. I told you the rate cuts would catch up. Look at forward yield on vol. Holy shit. Cash fix and backwardation with the contract in front on VX by $2. Hmm. Oh, we're breaking up above 40. This is important. Where's the flip? 59.90, 81. God, it's so far out of the money. Careful of that gap at 46. Now what about the degens that ghosted me and sold 35 puts, Bob? For $25 a pop? They'll overhold them. Oh boy. I mean, they might. I only have 5 left. Yep. They hit 27 at their peak. I sold them a little before the dip to 18, though. I was selling them back here. Who can sell puts on SPX? People with money? They're only $250,000 in margin. No, if you have portfolio margin, you can sell them. So like what, $150,000 account? You can sell a decent number of them. What's your margin requirements relative to your risk? I think people are also forgetting you have many long puts. I mean, I I really don't near the money. I have like June shit that's, fucking $500 below spot. But I do have, stops. I'm not a dipshit. Yeah, the Junes are up pretty good. No, 45 is not that big of a resistance. 50 maybe. Although I think 50, like across a 50, just benefits the bulls. Um, I'm up 44%. Kind of hard to pull away from the bot puts at 40 still. Yeah, bulls are going to have to lever up on the short puts here a bit. Just saw on a rampage saying that the economy is a shit sandwich. It is. All that for a gap fill? I mean, at least initially. We'll see if the trend holds. I can see the trend failing a little bit and then pushing up more later. The bulls need to reposition a little bit up here. Or shake out the bot puts at 40 somehow. Which they would do with a higher support. So they got a pump. Mm-hmm. I see it could close between 59.30 35 today. I locked in some gains by legging into a butterfly. Mm, I don't. Uh, I don't really think 30.35 is a very likely closing price. I'd say something probably more extreme than that, like 5,900 or like close, like above 5,950. There's negative gamma on every chain now. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a nasty rejection there. I said to watch for the gap fill. It's nasty, but I don't know if it's crippling yet. Any higher low here, bulls still have a bit of control. If we lost 59.16, that would be really bad. Maybe double bottom. Although the double bottom doesn't really benefit the bulls a lot. Let's see here. Fitch is coming out with some commentary. Higher defense spending will add pressure on Europe's public finances. Increased defense spending is one of the most immediate sovereign credit implications of the heightened uncertainty among European NATO members about future U.S. military support and will add to the challenges of rebuilding fiscal buffers. Fitch said we see limited scope for governments to enact offsetting consolidation measures in the near term, but some financing at the European level could reduce the direct impact on national budgets depending on how it is structured. Treasury Basant says I advocate for a 3% fiscal deficit to GDP ratio. Bank regulations have pushed borrowing to an unregulated financial system, but he does not see a stability problem. I aim to reduce spending and ease monetary policy at the same time. Government jobs don't generate real long-term wage growth. Trump wants to diversify the sourcing and processing of critical minerals. Australia can play a role. Interesting. Damn. CB Consumer Confidence Report, average 12-month inflation expectations moved from 5.2 to 6% in February. Hmm. That was an hour ago.
American people.
I do.
Hmm. I don't like that we retested 23 though. It's kind of shitty. Oh, I found eggs last night. We'll see. There's resistance. 35 and 40 is going to be tough. Bulls are doing better when they had some momentum, so they're going to need to really short the fuck out of vol to get this turned around. We're going to push from futures, which they might get on the... But futures, like, double bottomed. Very close to double bottomed. Slightly higher low. Need a stronger turnaround in NQ. If bulls can break out above 59.50, it's pretty clean sailing up to like 6,000. But they need to get it through the $20 range to the upside. Like, they're probably going to need to break this resistance. But above that, gamma's flat, like all the way out to 59.95, 6,000. Don't you have a mushroom guy and a cheese guy? I don't have a mushroom guy. I have a jam guy and a cheese guy. Well, jam, marmalades. Kind of a personal question. You talked about bottom or top today. Which do you prefer? Top. I don't have a sugar mama, but I've always wanted one. Does Paddington have a marmalade guy? He has jams, jellies, compotes. Yeah, Amazon's down like 10% over the last week. It's almost like the consumer is getting fucked. And Amazon's a bit exposed to that. Going for the whole trad thing? Yeah, I want to be a trad husband. Or whatever the opposite of that is. I want to stay home. Like, make dinner. I'd be great at that. I've always wanted to work for Amazon. Whizzing in bottles sounds so cool. Wait, can't you do that at your current job? Hey, I use this really cool tool to analyze and then trade the Amazon downside. You guys should check it out. Wait, is it called Gamma Strike? No. Can confirm is great. Don't tell my wife. Oh fuck, you know about it? Yeah, I've heard some things. J-Roll being forced to use Gamma Strike in order to like continue shilling his audience is $200 a month horseshit. Um, is kind of the ultimate revenge. His $200 a month copies of Pickles. 'Cause, 'Pickles' 'Picks. 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 'Cause, 'Pickles' 'Picks J-Roll's still here. I mean, he's got to be a billionaire. Should we go to Brigade's Discord and spam GS links? I don't know what you guys should and shouldn't do. You know, I'll give him that. He's been grifting for so long, and he's just never gives up. He's always got like some new grift he's on. Like just anything that's up 20% in the last week, he's trying to sell it to people. No, but I know someone who did. He's not capable of building tools. That's why he had to sell people other people's shit. Like, remember Animoy? I know how to spell Israel. It's true. Yeah, you do. That's awesome. Did you ever buy SPX leaps, like Jan expiries? Yeah, sometimes. After like big corrections, I'll buy like really far dated out of the money calls. Like try to create like a synthetic long variance swap. Define out of the money, like 2 5. That varies. You have to buy multiple. Synthlong var swap, same like GME 510C. I mean, a little. So like here, I'll show you guys. This is gonna be far from precise, but mm, don't do this because you'll probably just get blown up. But it is fun to talk about. Right, so let's assume this is the bottom, which I don't think, but like if you thought this were the bottom, you could get like something like this. And then like on a retest of the all-time high, like say we got back up to 50, you could make, you know, like 50, 20K. You don't have to sell the calls either. Like you don't have to do the ratio. You can just do this. Actually, this should be like December. Oh wait, hold on. June. This should be December. This should be like let's say this is December like 27. December 18. So something like that. I mean, we haven't really dropped enough for this to be viable, but let me find $1 billion in my port first. You can do it with even further out of the money shit too. Like you don't have to spend all the money on the near term stuff. You can go like that. And obviously you don't have to get those like okay, say you do one, two. So if we got like a new all-time high pretty quickly, I mean, you want a rapid change in the price of the underlying. But yeah, you can sell options against that to make it cheaper, or you could create like debit spreads. Selling the calls probably helps with your portfolio margin. Yeah, it does. Also protects you a lot if you're wrong about the bounce. How to make 50K? Start with 500K. Well, if you get a much deeper drop than we've gotten so far, like we're not really down that much from the high right now. But if you get like a really good, like you nail the bottom of a really big correction, like right now we're down about 3.5%. But if you get like 5 or 10% correction, those are fucking awesome. They're not nearly as expensive either. Are those positions at above all-time high price, even when you correct 10% and not the 2% or down? Yeah, you would probably have more positioning below the all-time high price. So if we dropped like 10% and we get down around what, like what would that be, like 5,200 or so? We'd still need 6.5% from here. So I guess that'd be like 55. If we got down around like 55, I'd probably be buying in like the like 57, 59, 6,000. This doesn't look good. Bulls aren't getting a handle on this at all. Trying, failing. Maybe we get a double bottom. Dangerous. What's ES look like? Hmm. Fixes at 2091. If we get to 5,500, can't we keep dropping to a full crash? We could, yeah. Imagine bulls trying to stuff the entire bond market with declining leverage. It's problematic. 20 employees resigned from Doge, refusing to dismantle critical public services. It started? Nice. What's that? We'll just find 20 people that will. Ooh, I literally have to pay my electric bill. Is that on auto pay? Hmm. Oh, SPX shit the bed. How bad is that? $5,900 test? That's a big deal. Where's the downside gap? It's like 58, 42.90. Hmm. A little bounce on futures. Mm. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. They are trying to bounce it. They need to get it back above 20 to get a little bit of stability, but still really need to get it back above like 40. Although this might shake out, like this drop might shake out some of the 40 puts on the profit taking. They'll still need to short volatility more aggressively than they are. It's still really risky, so it kind of makes sense that they're backing off a bit. Okay, that's done. Okay, I got back above 25. This seems bearish. It's not great. They're not, I mean, they're not in the worst position, but at least on this bounce, they're buying some calls, like 25, 30. There's still bought puts at 40, which are a problem. And quite a large number of bought puts at 59.05, which could also be an issue, given that those didn't really shake out on the low test here. But if they can get this above 40, they can squeeze off quite a lot of sold calls. Above 40 or 50. And there's a ton of like in the money buried sold puts. like all the way out to 75, 80. Above 80 is very unlikely. That's some tough resistance. But from like 40 to 80, quite a bit of the cover bid picks up. They came close to getting it earlier, but they got fucking shut down. But bears would probably be less aggressive on a retest. No like gap fill or anything this time. Mm-hmm. Son of a bitch. 1 second. It's like bulls are still pushing. Why didn't you buy like 10 more calls? Where? Oh. I don't know. I forgot. I was doing something else. Did you forget you had that call? Maybe. Both. Potentially. That's fine. When do we start seeing bulls, rug bulls? Well, 40s resistance still. How many active trading screens do you have in front of you right now? 4. I doubled down on mine because I trusted your conviction. Nice. Is that working? I assume that's working out now. It would be a good VIX play. I don't really trade VIX because it's so fucked. Like, all the spreads have been fucked on it for like the last year and a half. Yeah, what did it get down to? It probably got really cheap. Oh yeah, I hit like $1.75. Yeah, I probably should have bought more. Whatever. When SPX 4000 tomorrow? You really think we're going to 4000 before Nvidia earnings? All signs point to more down. I don't know. I mean, I think we should get at least a day or two of recovery from here. I think that would be reasonable. If the Fed audit shows only IOUs, do you think they're gonna finish? Here's the insane thing about everything like Doge is saying. These audits take like months and months to do, and they're like, "Oh, we did that in 24 hours." No, they fucking didn't. Just to let you know, your ES support line was 50 cents off. You're washed up. Wow, Carl. Unreal. They used a dowsing rod to do the audit. If they get all hot and bothered about U.S. gold reserve, wait till they see the government cheese backlog. Yeah, the 40 push here is going to be interesting. We'll see how it plays out. What do we got? Delta flip and gamma flip are both staying pretty steadily above the 50 mark. Looks like Delta Flip's pulling down to about 59.64, or Delta Flip's at 72, Gamma Flip's at 64. I'd like Price and Delta or Gamma Flip to meet at 55. That smug look Dad gets when he has a support line within 50 cents of one of the biggest tickers and inspires a perfect bounce. I'm here to keep you humble and jerk you off at the same time. Ugh, it's so confusing, Carl. Man, yeah, you're not wrong. That is kind of disappointing. What was the low? 59.20. Yeah, yeah. 2 ticks off. Man, I'm a piece of shit. How could I miss that? I lost everything in those 2 ticks. At least I had the level projected 4 months in advance. We probably want to retest the... That's bad. I mean, we'd ideally want to retest the long-term trend on a bounce, right? So 50, 604 to 608, somewhere in there. Or yesterday's close, 602. This might be resistance there. If that's resistance, that's really bad. We tested 50? Damn. Ooh. That's probably going to prompt some profit taking. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if bulls rug themselves the second time up here. We're above the bot pits, so it depends on how much profit taking there is. There should be less than the last high test, and this is a higher high too. But I would say as long as we stay above 42, things will stay bullish. If we lose 42 or 38, that would be pretty bad. Hmm. I don't really know how bad of a resistance 50 is. I don't think it's that bad. It's like majority sold put anyway, so. I made 3 scalps today, totaling 462 profit. Each scalp was less than 30 seconds hold. I love GS. Do puts cost same like shares? Gamma Strike knows. Find out more at app.gammastrike.com.
Do puts cost same like shares?
You tricked me into shilling my own product, you son of a bitch.
Find out more at app.gammastrike.com free.
No, 50 doesn't look like that hard of a resistance. 40 was much harder to get over. I think it'll be pretty easy to break 50 to the upside. 40 and 45 seem far more difficult. I don't know about 6K. Above 80 still seems nigh impossible. Like, we'll need to get a lot of momentum to get above 80. Even 75 is kind of nasty, but 80's really rough. The other thing that's kind of a big risk here is that bulls could close the short puts as we test these levels. And like if bulls were selling the in the money short puts up here, those positions might close on the test, which would leave the rest, like the positions that were there this morning, abandoned. So it really, I think it kind of depends on how greedy the bulls are and how much of that positioning was sold this morning versus this morning and yesterday versus sold at the lows today. I will say it does appear that they're selling more of the 50, which is a bit encouraging. But we're also getting some sold calls at 60, 65, 70. We got a synthetic short at 59.40, so if we fall back below that, that's bad. $6,000 it is. It's not that simple. I mean, IV's still very high. It's still extremely risky to sell puts into this, and not everybody's on board with that. Like, put selling overall today is far weaker than we've seen it in the prior 2 days. Do you use GS live to determine the bought and sold puts? You can to an extent. But no, I have my own tools. Ooh. 40 test. That's not good. Hmm. The knife needs to be caught here. Hmm. Costco is having a nice day. Still bearish? No, they're catching the knife. This is kind of like the midpoint. Somebody is selling a metric fuck ton of calls at 59, or puts at 59.50. Like 3,700 over the last couple of minutes. Absolutely not. Holy saber. There's a reason. It's because it's super interpretive and frequently incorrect. Also, you don't need it. It doesn't really make a difference. I know. Our goal is not to create buy sell signals. Our goal is to derive actionable data. People still have to interpret that data. If we went the route of trying to build everybody signal, like buy sell signals, they would just get swamped and be useless. People still have to interpret that data. That's why I haven't bought GS yet. That's fair. I mean, you can check out the documentation. That helps a lot. How fucked is that short end yield curve you drew last night? I think it corrected today a little bit. It did. Yeah, the 6 month fell back to like 4.3, and the 3 month is at like 4.29 now, which is much more in line with where it should be. Although it's still very weird that the fucking 2-year is at 4.0. A little bit of a failed breakout on this. 44 test, pull back, needs higher support. Let's see if it gets it. Yields are falling off a cliff. Fear is pretty high right now. There's also a lot of like currency scare too, with the yen moving and the dollar falling. Geospreads with geospreads have been super cake. I just can't deal with the PDT restrictions, but I'll be out of it soon. Nice. GFresh's certainty about 6,200 on Friday is one example of why I feel like just having the data isn't enough. That's fair. I mean, JFresh is notoriously bad at analyzing the data. He's really good at making it. Also, I think some of it was just trolling. You can't trust anything JFresh says. It's hard to determine when he's trolling and when he's not. F3859 is not a meme tattooed on my wrist. I mean, it did eventually hit 3859. I triple checked to make sure he wasn't trolling on that occasion. You remember? I even pinged you. Yeah, and I said 6150, no higher. Is Gscan available on the portfolio manager level? It's not. It will be available on the middle tier when we release it, but we're building a lot of functionality out for it right now. Although I do think the other scanners, like the Greek scanner and the DexGex scanner, are probably going to be made available on the lower level. We still need Gherkin's interpretation as part of the GS equation. Case in point. But if you don't practice, I mean, I've had 3 years with the data in you know, several different iterations. I've gotten really used to using it, but that's another thing. Like, you're not gonna breed familiarity with a tool you don't have. So no, everybody gets to DJ. Woo. Yeah, but this iteration's the best. It is. I mean, I know a lot of you guys don't necessarily take the whole trading thing as seriously, but I mean, I spend what? Well, I was spending like about 600 to $900 a month on data at various points. I mean, I have like 3 futures accounts paying for ES data or like CME. And then I have TradingView at like, what is it, 600 a year or something. So that's like $50 a month. And then I had options data services that were running at least 350 to 500 a month, depending on how many I was using. And then I have, you know, like various like NBBO data and stuff like that. That's probably like another $40 a month. Live Opera on multiple brokers. So, you know, I was spending like anywhere from like 600 to 900, depending on when. You know, there were I pick up stuff and drop it when I don't like it, but a month in like data costs. And I mean, now with GS, I've cut everything except like the index feeds. So I mean, for me, it's a ton of value. Can you Netflix share those subscriptions? Most of them have like an IP lock, or they're bound to your like. You're not going to share your brokerage account with someone, right? GS replaces option strat. Not yet. Like live SIBO indexes. Usually have to pay for that. Well, it depends on the broker. CME, you almost always have to pay for data. I'm interested in the data. I was looking for an annual plan. I saw that it was 1260. I think it's 1299 a year. As someone who's somewhat more novice to live data, I'd feel better about 760 a year if possible. I mean, I think the closest service to what we offer is about $250 a month. So, and frankly, I think ours is better. So I mean, you're just not going to get that. The infrastructure costs and the data costs are way too high to offer it at that price. Like we had beta users that we signed up at like $700 a year, and that was given because we needed beta testers. But like we sold those subscriptions at a loss, like an effective loss. Have you had any problems with WeBull support? What support? No, I mean yes, yeah, many, many, many times. I saw some others; they were more expensive. I mean, we did a pretty good analysis of what our competition was charging. Um, I mean, it's my own like hubris, but I don't think we have any competition right now. And they're all at least double what we charge. Or they offer like an upfront discount, but then over time it becomes double what we charge. So we just cut the bullshit. We make, a slim margin on each subscription, and that's enough to keep us up and running and continue to provide more and more tools over time. And that's our goal. So is Spot Gamma the closest for live? Yeah. Where can I overpay for MACD? Boom Hunter. Yeah, but I mean, I was told part of your endeavor is to empower retail. That's why I go ham. It seems like it's working so far. I mean, there's only like 200 something users, but those 200 users have been fucking killing it. Or at least the ones that are getting blown up aren't talking about it. Putting biases aside, is live on Spot Gamma better or worse than GS? I think our indicators are more relevant than theirs. So like I think our gamma flip calculations and stuff are insanely accurate and far better than what Hero offers. Um, but I mean, in terms of like development time, functionality, and UX, they're probably still a little bit ahead of us. But we're catching up very quickly on all of that. I mean, they've been around for 10, 12 years, so we've been live since August of last year. Not even like oh yeah, I guess August of 2024 was when we launched the beta. If we break, where's the next resistance? The next significant one, if we get above 50, is going to be like 59.75. Bulls are still struggling here a little bit, but they shook off the bot puts, so it should be a little easier on the next test above like 45 to push out. 47. Doing good, Rhino. Thanks, man. Do you think ACHR is worth an entry for a long position? I don't think they make money. I mean, I remember looking at it when it was like a big Wall Street bets thing, and I was like, oh, this is going to come down hard as fuck. It still looks like it's coming down hard as fuck. It's down 8% today. I mean, I would at least wait till it builds or finds some support, because this is just like squeezy penny stock shit. Like buying anywhere between, its current price and back down at like $3 is probably very dangerous. Yeah, I know they've got some partnerships and stuff, but those will have to develop, right? And the exuberance in the initial part of things is going to fade. So, I mean, generally on a pullback like this, you're going to look for where support levels are found and where people are, marking some like a willingness to buy their forward valuations, which doesn't appear to be at $7 or $8, right? And it's not like they just don't make money. They lose money at a very, very fast pace. They're losing like $3 million a quarter and not returning any revenues at all. Their operating expenses are in the hundreds, like hundreds of millions of dollars per quarter, and they have no like revenues to speak of. Their debt's not bad, I'll give them that. But, free cash flows are big garbage. I've been averaging around 1K a day since using GS Live, so I can't complain. Nice, man. I made 6K today. Fuck yeah. UX UI can always be updated. It's the guts that matter. Yeah, and that's where our focus is. Like, it may not be the prettiest right now, but the functionality is like some of the best I've ever come across. And it's only getting better. Like we have stuff that we're probably going to be pushing soon that's just going to I mean take the functionality of live data to another level. Blow your fucking socks off. Calm down, Nick. Calm down. We can't get excited and leak the information. I'm ignorant of U.S. trading laws, but why does an indicator that says to buy or sell a stock not market manipulation? Because you would have to market manipulation is a very specific charge, and in order to meet the criteria of the charge, you have to have a conspiracy to buy or sell that stock. It has to be premeditated. And so, just having an indicator that says buy or sell gets shady, but it's not inherently market manipulation. It does start to like touch on the realm of financial advice, although it cannot be construed as financial advice because you're not acting in the role of a fiduciary. So, I mean, there's a million indicators on TradingView that say buy and sell, but I mean, signals get overloaded. They're worthless over time, and so it's much better to have analysis of raw data on which you can build interpretive signals freely rather than have a specific signal that gets crowded out. Goronk, do Gamma Strike cost same like Yummy Yummy? I don't know what Yummy Yummy costs. I think the biggest part was knowing when to take profits on my puts using target resistances. That's helped a ton because I was a notorious overholder. Yeah, it's good. Well, it adds a lot of confidence to your trades when you know and understand the local support and resistances per the options chain, which isn't exactly like it wasn't easy to implement, but I think we now give like enough data that it's very easy to get a good read on like the local trading range and how that's going to develop. And remember, we're taking like really complex options pricing and volatility models and trying to distill them into technical analysis, which is tough from like an engineering standpoint, but it seems to work. When we were all building it, we thought it would be a lot harder for people to interpret, but I think we've really got it in a good spot. Because I see some of you, I've known you all a long time like I know you don't really know what you're looking at, but you're still able to make the correct interpretation despite not understanding the data at a granular level. And that's the goal. Simplifying and democratizing access to that market. You don't know me? Yeah, I do. I have a really good memory, and I've seen all of your guys' losses over the years. I hate that you know I'm too dumb to understand, but it's working. How do I get the app? It's on app.gammastrike.com. Here, I'll toss the link up.
K-Fresh put their pickle in my jar. Do you think
Don't just like
SPX
rush
6000
into it. I mean, you can read the documentation
In
and
college,
stuff.
I was known as the Gusty Gingerella. Could you share any nicknames you had from yesteryear?
Do you think SPX 6000 today, for real? It's really hard for us to get there. In college, I was known as the Gussie Gingerella. You share any nicknames you had from yesteryear? I don't think I've ever had nicknames. People have always just called me by my name. Well, people that know me. Or Gherk. I mean, that's becoming a more and more significant part of my percentage of my total lifespan. I have a problem where I make the correct interpretation, watch the move play out too long to fear of being wrong, and then jump in after quadruple confirming, and then it reverses. Yeah, sometimes I think I'm smarter than the data, too. It's fucked me more than once. Gamma flips at 59.60 now, Delta flip 59.68. ES seems like it's in a good spot to push above VWAP, and then like NQ at least test it. This was a good bounce. Came a little low though. They almost lost that. So from here up, Gamma starts to turn positive pretty quickly. Especially above like 50, 55. So the negative Gamma falls off as price increases. $75 now that we're at over 50. I think 75 or 80 is the most likely target to the upside. But I could see us running into some resistance at 60 or 70 too. So I mean it's like gamma starts to go positive from spot here, but gamma doesn't pick up a lot to the upside. So I think gains will be fairly grindy. There's a little bit of range between like yeah, there's some bot puts at 65. It's gonna be tough. There's a synthetic long at 55 though. So if we cross that, like the 65 bot puts can at least get pressured. But I still think 80 is like kind of hard resistance. That's gonna be it'd be very, very hard to get over 80. And the upside from here, it's really gonna depend on like the cover bid. I know there's a little bit of positive delta, like 55, 60, but then it falls off. So like even 65 up to 80 is really tough. And bulls may need to reposition to leverage that up more. I told Miss Nuke she needs to get Nuke tattooed on her boobs, and she wasn't about it. What about just getting tiny baby whales on either side? Nuke is my identity now. I'm no longer Greg. Closing between 55 and 80 would be pretty bullish for tomorrow. Not really. No, I don't think it like on longer time frames. I don't think that drastically changes anything. If we get back above, if we get back above the like long-term trend here on ES, like back above 604, really back above like 60.15, then maybe we've got like a reversal forming. And honestly, like I don't think anything gets bullish until we get back up to like 60.60. Like we need to get back up here, which is quite a long ways off still. I mean, what's happening right now, like what I predicted was a bear rally at 23. So this is I mean, for this to develop into something more than that, things are going to have to move quite a lot. Well, CTAs have changed their buy zones. I mean, we kind of hit like close to a pocket where they would maybe drop some of their long, but I think they're just holding. I don't think we've really fallen far enough for them to shed any significant amount of their holdings. Technical analysis is more accurate on ES because of the tick size. I do technical analysis every week on SPX. It's just more reliable on ES, and it's a more liquid market too. I did a whole write up on my thoughts on Nvidia earnings for this week. Paragraphs, like more than one. Can you summarize Nvidia in one sentence? Overvalued piece of shit. Barkin and 5 year. No one cares about the Fed speakers right now. They're all saying the same shit. The 5 year auction might be pertinent, but somehow I doubt it. Speed picks up here a little bit. If we push out above 60 quickly. Profit. Still pretty early in the day. Kind of double tapped the gamma flop. Bulls will try to hang on to the 55 synthetic long if they can. This is a good spot for them to try to reposition to push higher, so. They're up 80 bips from the low. It should be enough for repositioning to have happened. Secret low end of day. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of repositioning out of the money. There's a lot of repositioning below spot and like in the 30 and 40 ranges, but not up here. No, I can't. NQ still hasn't tested VWAP yet. Did Gamma Strike predict all this? No, but it gave the data that helped predict all this. How much is it? It's 69 or 129.99 a month. What song would be played for your wedding, first dance, and would Pigeon Whales all be invited? Why am I getting married? What happened? Did I suffer brain damage? It's illegal to marry a cat and or a baby whale in the state of New York. We'd just get married in Utah. Yeah, or international waters. We're all already married in the most binding agreement you can have. An operating one. Is the runway still clear to 6, or are we stuck Reno? It's not been clear to 6 at all. There's some support here for the bulls. Do you think WeBull has the best UI for brokers? Tasty's pretty good. Probably a toss-up. Depends what you like more. I do use the indicator to buy calls on TQQQ. Why bother getting married when you could set up a corporation with medical and financial powers of attorney? Because I don't want to take care of old J-Fresh. Just sitting in his rocking chair, bitching about AI, trying to shoot me. Old J-Fresh sounds so fun. Wait, did I miss something when I signed up for this pickle jar business? Oh, you mean like in the user agreement? Not at all, sister wife. That's current JFresh. Same thing. Can you look at Joby? What if I really don't want to? Why would the Kool-Aid be complimentary? Just the Nike Airs. Is there complimentary Kool-Aid? Can you look at Calm? Is it still overpriced? Ooh, it came down. Nice. If it goes back to $40, I'll buy it again. Did you make a ton of money on this drop? Yeah. I made about the same amount of money on the bounce, but yeah, it's been pretty good. I just had a straddle though, so not as much as if I was just like short a fuck ton of puts. What if I never ask for anything again? I don't believe you, but I'll look. It looks really shitty. I'm kind of bearish. There's some support at 6 and 5. If it falls below that, it's just gonna dump. IV10's picking up a lot. Hold on. Yeah, volatility's picking up on the downside move. It's not like a great sign. I realize vol's falling off. Technical support's at like 542, 530, which is roughly in line with where the options are positioned. Someone was bullish on it though, and they're getting rugged hard right now. Yeah, I would say there's a little bit of support at 550, maybe at 5. Although, I feel like if it falls to 5, it's just going to keep dropping. It looks like a piece of shit. I don't know why people were ever long that thing in the first place. I wonder if we're going to get to positive gamma here. That's going to be fun. Break up. No. Push. Oh, my 59.60 to go $20 in the money. Still think this doesn't get over 80.85 today. I think it's still really hard to get over 80.85 today. It could. I'm not gonna, I mean, it's only like 1 o'clock right now. So there's definitely time for like repositioning for a push higher, but Yeah, I mean, right now it's very, very strong resistance. Every day my dad calls and says, "How's Joby? Should I buy it?" I'm like, "No, please, no, stop." Does he know what they do? They make air taxis. Well, they don't even make them. They just design them and tell people, look how cool this is. Maybe they have like a prototype. But looking at uranium stocks on this dip, that's rough. Why would I want exposure to anything besides that? I have Euro, but how could there be strong resistance? I just bought a call. One step at a time. Futures is looking good. NQ starting to push up towards VWAP now too. A little bit above the gamma flip. A taste of the bullish erogenous zone. Yeah, let's see if this picks up some speed. This could move here between like 60 and 70 pretty quickly. TM, 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 it's recorded. Oh shit. I don't know what that means, but it's compelling as fuck. I forgot the changes we made. No, I know where it is. I don't know either, but it went up and I like it. Is Gamma Strike the fishing rod and the old saying, teach a man to fish? This might be the fishing rod and the bait. And the hook. It's just not the casting and pulling. I think. It's a terrible analogy. And the dynamite. I said the bait. Why don't you just tell Cobra? Have you tried like just going out and buying your dad a bunch of like quadcopters and then just like strap him up to them and fly him around and see if he likes it? And then be like, this is what you're investing in. Some CI has 5 hours to file the report. I guess so. Play Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone while you do that. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I want to get 100% returns on this fucking option that I forgot to average down. Highway to danger zone. Oh, I'm almost there. Yep, and then I just put a stop. Boom. Man, I really wish I bought like 10 more of those at $1.75. The actual top. It's like I'm good at this or something. I don't know. I cheated, right? Brett, if you can't take a $700 drawdown, what are you even doing with your life? I really wish you'd stop defining port size in $1,000 increments. Maybe if you did that, you could get your port above $1,000. I just made $750 on 700. Well, $797 on $750. You could have done that. Now I have a port and a half. I got bored. Gotta love that 0.5 Sharpe ratio. Range up to 80, resistance here. But yeah. wait for the resistance to play out and see where we find support. This could fail. There's going to be profit taking here. I bought calls and you said we could move fast from 60 to 70. The dog hates you for the delay, but thank you for the $800. God damn it. AJ, of all the people I want to make money, you're the last one, because the more money you make, the more you're going to be here annoying the fuck out of me. The auction must have been good. Why? Was it? Hmm. 5-year note. 4.123 before the auction, high yields. Oh no. 4.133. High yield at auction 4.123. So no tail. Sells 70 billion. Awards 26.8%. 18%. At the high, directs take 54, indirects 85. Bid to cover was 2.42. Ooh, Barkin's making statements about PCE being bullish. He said, I expect upcoming PCE will show a further decline. The Fed has made a lot of progress. Sure. I want you guys to know the Fed hasn't done anything. There was like a 1 month period where rates were actually restrictive. But they do have a dual mandate. They do. They've provided all of us with countless memes. All right, fair enough. Oh, God, what did I just do? Hey, Bob, you remember those 35 puts I sold earlier? For 25 bucks? They're $1.50 now. You should close those. Maybe. Yeah, I still have 5 open. Toe ring it? I can just put a stop on them. Did you open 10? 15? But I closed most of them when they hit like 12 bucks. Because I was like 50% in like 5 minutes. V's are harder. And you say V's are harder under GNDN. We haven't V'd yet. Technically. This is not yet a bullish reversal. We got a ways to go. This is still just a like rising wedge. Like not even a great one. How do you draw your V's? Not like this. It's most of a V, but it's not a whole one. And that matters. I'm seeing all the don't let the dip prevent you from zooming out posts on Reddit. You mean bullcrap? We're gonna reject off of yesterday's lows. We could. I've been too busy watching the last hour of the stream, but I'm watching price action. You're a stock wizard guru. I just wish I was a good student. You'll get there. I mean, AJ made money, so, I mean, I feel like that proves that anyone can. Lower highs are bad. Yeah, I'm buying back those puts. Fuck this. I'm not taking a chance. Alright. I gotta stop. Oh, and I got stopped out immediately. I made 200% of my settled cash today. You're a wonderful pickle. Thank you. Let's not make the rest of us feel bad. I wasn't trying to. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Alright, so we failed the little thingy. What are the odds? Vegas odds that an NVIDIA video card will cause a house fire in the next 24 hours. Why the fuck would that matter? Now, if the NVIDIA card burns down a data center in the next 24 hours, alright. But unless you're Kenny, it's really hard to burn one of those things down. Calm down, Kiko. Press sec is on. I can't. She's really kind of too hard. Like, I can listen to Trump ramble, but she's a psychopath. It's her fucking crazy eyes that get me. I just,
President's first cabinet meeting tomorrow.
He is, as a matter of fact. I spoke to the president about that before coming down here as well.
It's like I'm there.
And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, this entire administration will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about Doge's efforts and how all of the cabinet secretaries are identifying.
Welcome back, Navy Nuke.
Agencies. We look forward to the meeting tomorrow, and I think you'll be hearing from the president and his cabinet where they're on campus tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited.
So some of those cabinet members were caught off guard.
The Ministry of Propaganda. Yeah.
A few departments said they were.
Dolores Umbridge.
The FBI was, the DOJ was.
Did anonymous sources say that, or did the cabinet secretary say that?
The cabinet secretaries and others have said that they were not aware that this was happening. So I'm wondering, like, will there be a give and take tomorrow at the cabinet meeting? Is Elon Musk or the president open to any type of dialogue about who is actually in charge of the chain of command of these workers?
I would reject the premise of your question, Jeff. The cabinet secretaries have not said that. I know anonymous sources, probably career bureaucrats, have leaked that to many of you in this room. But as I said at the beginning of this press conference, everybody is working as one team, and the president respects the decisions of his cabinet secretaries to tell his staff, their staff, not to respond to that email because they did so out of interests of national
She sure likes to
security,
reject the premise of
they don't wanna
questions
obviously risk
because she can't answer
confidential
them.
information. It's pretty common sense. Dasha.
Musk has obviously been doing a lot of work. He's been working every day and a lot of the time weekends. He is designated as a special government employee, which means that he can only work 130 days per year. Is the White House expecting him to limit his work to 130 days, or are you going to work around those rules? Do you want to see him extend beyond the 130
So
days?
today is February 25th, so I think we've been here about 35 days, roughly. So ask me in another 100 days. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you.
That would be over
Major
130.
announcement from Apple. $500 billion, 20,000 jobs, doubling its advanced manufacturing fund.
That's 135.
That's such a global brand would make what it called its largest ever spend commitment just a month into President Trump.
She's high on the worst things, though. She's high on, like, religious righteousness.
And he has restored confidence.
No, she lost her
business
cross.
leaders around this
A woman of
entire
the people.
world. Apple is one of the largest companies on the face of the planet. They employ hundreds of thousands of Americans, but the president wants to see more Americans employed, more investments here in the United States of America. And this
I'm
is
used to
another
that for my
fulfillment of
mom.
the
I can
president's
fix
campaign
her.
promises. I recall President Trump at his rallies on the campaign telling the world that if and when I am elected, America is going to be back. And
I
we
can't
want
listen to
your
Miss
investments to be
Reifenstahl right
driven,
now. Later,
onshore.
brother.
We want you to hire
I hear
American
ya.
workers, and you will have the lowest regulatory burden, the lowest tax cuts, and the president has already proven he's committed to slashing regulation. He's counting on Congress to implement those tax cuts. And so people
What
are
tax cuts? They don't even
encouraged by
pay
the
taxes
president.
now.
Again, as Tim Cook called it,
You're gonna start
they're
giving them
bullish
money?
about American innovation.
That's called
because of the leadership
subsidization.
of this president, and it's a stark contrast to the leadership of the previous administration, Joe Biden, who I don't think spent any time trying to recruit any investments or jobs here at home. Mary.
We're hearing from some Republicans who are
Wasn't
voicing
his
concerns about
unemployment
how
the
these
lowest
cuts are
in
being
history?
carried out. Congressman McCormick, a Republican from Georgia, tells us he's worried it's too rapid for real people to adapt to, and he says he's concerned that it could come off as discompassionate.
Dirk, I hope you're
in his
ready
words,
for
that it could
austerity.
risk undercutting the strong message that he feels you're trying to send about.
I won't go through austerity.
Well, I think that was one comment from one senator, and I think as I cited
But
in
I
my
am prepared
opening
to listen
remarks
to
in
you
the
bitch
poll,
about it.
The most important people are the American people, and 77% of Americans at home support a full investigation into the waste, fraud, and abuse
Based
that
on
the
a
federal
number
government
you just made
has
up.
been spending their tax dollars on. So that's the people the president cares about most, and that's why we're fulfilling this pledge. And again, it should come as no secret to anybody. The president campaiged on doing this.
The president yesterday said if you don't respond to this email, you will be fired or semi-fired. What does he mean by that?
Again, I've been asked to answer this question 3 times now. It is
Semi-fired.
But it's in
Fuck
the
yeah,
memo.
Nick. Nice, man.
The president again has entrusted his cabinet secretaries to oversee their workforce. That's why he nominated them to be cabinet secretaries, and so federal workers can be directed to their agency leadership. Sure.
Great, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about a federal.
Why is she doing circular breathing like she's playing as a French horn?
Who the Doge administrator was and was asking the lawyer for the administration.
No
who it
comment.
was, and the lawyer responded, "I don't know the answer to that. Can you tell us who the administrator of Doge is?"
Again, I've been asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing Doge. No, Elon Musk is a special government employee, which I've also been asked and have answered that question as well. There are career officials at Doge. There are political appointees at Doge. I'm not going to reveal the name of that individual from this podium. I'm happy to follow up and provide that to you. But we've been incredibly transparent about the way that Doge is working. John.
The Republican budget.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Since your last briefing, there have been some personnel moves that have been announced by the president, and I wanted to ask you about them. One was the president replacing
Gherk,
the
I want
chairman
to
of the
buy
Joint
gold.
Chiefs of
What
Staff,
do?
LLC,
Well, thank
for
God you've
Brown.
waited until it's
What
at
was the
3,000
reason for the president,
to get in on the
naming
ground
a
floor.
replacement for General Brown? And then I'll follow up with another.
My life is a
personnel
lie.
announcement
I know,
over the
Poopy.
last few days.
He thinks he's doing a bad job. And it's time for a shakeup at the Pentagon. They failed 7 audits in a row. The trust in our
That's
United
not true.
States
They didn't
military
complete
amongst the
them.
warfighters is low. The president is shaking up the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, of course, with Secretary Hegseth leading, and he has the right to do that. It's actually quite common from administration to administration to do such a thing.
The president, when he swore him
If
in
Hegseth's
as
sober enough to audit the
Chief of
Pentagon,
Staff for the Air Force, called him a great man.
I'll jerk
and a
off on
great
top of the
gentleman,
Eiffel
as he
Tower.
distanced himself from the remarks that he made back in August of 2020.
I think replacing him speaks for itself.
There
James.
was one other one, if I'm sorry, thank you. On the FBI, the president also announced a new deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino.
You heard me.
From what has been reported, and maybe this is
Oh
not
boy,
accurate,
warning
tell me,
Parisians.
the FBI director, Kash Patel, informed Republican senators that it would be an individual named as the deputy who was a special agent currently at the FBI, and of course Mr. Bongino is not. Well, what was the
If we
reason
audit the
for
Pentagon
naming
successfully,
Mr.
we might
Bongino
actually get
for this
100K
position?
Doge checks
And
per
was
citizen.
Mr. Patel not correct in making
If we
that,
audit the
assurance
Pentagon
to the Senate?
successfully,
I'm not sure if anybody
Elon
in this
might
room
get
has listened to Mr. Bongino
suicided.
when he talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a man who loves his country and who has honorably served our country in ways that many people have have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people reelected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country, and that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp, and we often see that when outsiders are appointed to such coveted positions, a lot of people in this city get very, very nervous, and they should be, because Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Attorney General Bondi are focused on rooting out the corruption at these agencies and ending the weaponization of government once and for all. I'd like to end with something. As you all know, you know what, James? I'm feeling generous. Go ahead.
I will take it. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I wanted to ask
Don't make
about,
me regret this.
I wanted to ask about the Macron visit and the Russia-Ukraine talks in general.
Sure.
It's pretty clear to my eye that President Macron was performing a kind of delicate dance, lavishing praise on the president while seeking in his own remarks to try to bind President Trump to positions and even specific language that the president has not committed to heretofore. One of the most bracing comments from President Macron was when he said that the deal that President Trump is negotiating with the Russians must not be, quote, a surrender for Ukraine. All of the public points that we have heard from President Trump, from Secretary Hegseth, and from other administration officials talking about these negotiations have averred to, quite openly, to concessions from the Ukrainians that will have to be made. The minerals deal, the abandonment of their NATO ambitions, and other elements. So far, we have not heard any administration official suggest a single concession that the Russians should be prepared to make. And so I wonder if you could assure us, at a minimum, that this negotiation process will not be as one-sided as the Europeans seem to think it is, that in fact, President Putin will also be made to engage in some concessions to reach this deal.
Well, I think the president knows how to make a deal better than anyone who has ever assumed the office of the American presidency. And in order to make a deal, you have to bring both sides to the table. And typically when you make a good deal, both sides leave that table a little bit unhappy. I'm not going to outline the concessions that the president and his team are engaged in discussing. These are obviously ongoing negotiations, and it would be unwise of me to impede them from this podium. But the president has made significant improvements in ending this conflict. He is committed to seeing an end to the war. He wants to see the bloodshed and the killing stopped. He wants to stop seeing young men being killed and slaughtered. This has been going on for far too long. The president inherited this mess because of the incompetence of the previous administration, and he's committed to fixing it. And he's made, some of those concessions clear, but I'm not going to get ahead of him on additional ones. But he is wholeheartedly committed to striking a peace deal in Russia and Ukraine, also in the Middle East. Thank you very much, guys. Good to see you. We'll see you later.
We're reshoring bloodshed. We're gonna make it American again. Yeah, but we'd gotten pretty good at exporting it for a while. Ukraine agrees U.S. minerals deal after Washington drops toughest demands. If they lie about their hair color, they'll lie about everything else. New goal: make as much money in options before America falls. What's up, Seaweed? Like, I don't know. A lot of this to me just transcends. Like, it should transcend party lines. Crazy people are just crazy people, right? Where's the center? Allegedly, it should, right? Like, Gherkin, I'm right here. Yeah, I know. You're slowly shifting to my side, Poopy. Don't tell your Republican friends in the other Discords, though. They'll call you a mole and excommunicate you. See, I just don't believe that large swaths of the public are that insane, right? It's just like propaganda driven and brainwashing. That's the only explanation. Like, I believe there's probably a group of like 15% of the population that's really just that far out there. They're never coming back. But then there's like another 15% that's waffling, right? And then there's the, 70% of the country that's just like, that's a crazy person. I think you guys drastically underestimate population densities in the areas you live in. Like, yeah, all of your neighbors in bumfuck Iowa might be like hardcore MAGA people, right? But like, there's only like 300 of neighbors in your neighborhood. That 15% group is just so much louder than the rest. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what social media does, right? It consolidates and focuses fringe agenda. I live in one of the most liberal places in the country, Greg. Now you'll have more friends. Bull's gonna lose this again. They're holding on to it for now. I mean, I feel like there should be more upside to this. But it could fail lower. That would be bad, obviously. Like a lower high here would be, I mean, if this does fail, it's probably fairly significant. Probably means a retest lower or like down to like 5,900. Huntington Beach, Orange County is MAGA crazy. Huntington Beach has always been like that. SMCI is, yeah, I think it's due by market close today. I haven't made money with GS yet, but I'm starting to not lose money super fast anymore. That's a start. That's a positive turn. Gulf of America. I don't know, maybe it'll fail. Let me go grab my food. I'll be right back. How you making out today? Doing pretty good. Today's been a great day. Remember in 2013, Facebook touted that posts from friends family were 65% more believed than typical ads and disconnected articles. Found SM worked much better than Gen Field Ops in conveying messaging. Oh. I was so hot in 2024 day trading. I don't know why, but in 2025, I've not been doing well at all. Volatility's been a lot higher. It's more difficult to trade. Like the average of vol has been higher since the start of this year. Since like, wow, really like mid-December. Wild that Caroline Levitt married someone 32 years older than her and probably had a child. I miss that news. Again, more surreal to me than since I used to live in New Hampshire and witnessed the campaign. She, who's 32 years older than her? Because she looks like she's 50. I think if I keep a 60-20-7 DT, it'll be worth something again soon. Possibly, yeah. I don't know when you bought it. If you bought it down at 59.20, that's going to be rough. That's okay. Keeping moderate expectations of the market, though, will help you out in the long run. Don't talk about my future wife like that. She's 27. Unreal. She seems like a 52-year-old, like the penultimate Karen. Like she's 27, but she's trying so hard to be like 61. She's got her makeup just real thick. Why is it so thick? She's my age and she looks older than my mom. Like when you put on so much foundation that your face doesn't move anymore, there's a problem. Sorry for the random nature of the post. One political strategist, Senate shill on the right, who hates what they've done and where we're at today, had to comment on why brainwashing is so effective. I appreciate it right along. As someone on the inside, I don't know how much information you can share, but I think you've told me before, like what your role is. How do Republicans that are not in line with what the current party is doing plan on addressing that? Are they going to just shift over and try to work with Democrats at the cost of their base? I mean, literally any conservative who has conservative values would be against pretty much everything that's happening right now. They're gonna ride the oligarch gravy train. History would tell us no. It's true. But history generally rhymes, it doesn't repeat. Why is AMP so much better than WeBull? I mean, as a futures vendor, AMP is way better, faster, less errors. Futures trading on WeBull is like currently in I think it's still in its beta. They just added it like a few months ago. They haven't done a lot of development on it since. I think the intraday margins on AMP are pretty low. MES is $40. MNQ is $100. So a little lower than WeBull for MNQ. MES way lower than WeBull. I think ES is 400 and NQ is 1,000. I mean, I don't think there's any cost to use AMP. Yeah, I mean, you have to have enough margin. I haven't had that much bullish news lately. What gives? Nothing bullish is happening. What are you talking about? We're down like 3% over the last like 2 days. King Cobra? My son told me not to buy Joby, but to YOLO into Fartcoin instead. No wonder his port looks like that. Hey man, Fartcoin was up quite a lot at one point. Gotta keep the 60-20 weekly and just short futures. I'm not gonna tell you what to buy and sell, man. The meteor hurtling towards us got knocked from 3.1% to 0.07% chance of destroying a large metropolitan area. You noticed no one gave a shit anyway because they said it was going to hit south of the equator. So, like, even if the percentage chance of that meteor went up, we weren't going to stop it. Because racist. Yeah. There's a southern hemisphere? Could have hit the Panama Canal, though, and made it wider. True. Might deposit rare earth, outer space minerals in Brazil. Let's see if we get support here at 50, I guess. Doesn't look great. Gamma falls off pretty sharply to the downside. Might pull back to like 45. They tried. Was Wheeling Berkby just free money with their total cash holdings now? No. Unless you think the dollar is going to stay higher for a lot longer. Some are just waiting for the inevitable break, pushing things too far.
They hope the true nature of the admin's aim becomes obvious through their actions, causing a backlash. That makes sense, yeah. So stay aligned until there's a fracture. It's interesting. I know a lot of like failed. Nice. Why do you like cat? I don't right now. Did cat rug you? No, my cat was trying to break into my toaster oven, but I caught him. Somewhere where the ultimate goal. Others hope Trump comes off the revenge tour. Tech Bro's goal is nothing short of breaking the post-World War II state of the West to rebuild, hence strong EU focus. Yeah. Hmm. I know a lot of people like personally that are big like Republican donors, and they don't like this shit at all. Like people with money. They don't like the status quo to be upset. That'll probably be far more of an impactful hurdle in the long run than the masses. Have we ever done single stock futures? No. Not really. Actually, I don't think you can even trade them anymore, right? Hmm. I remember that from like back in the GameStop days. There was like one venue in which to trade single stock futures in the US. And that was like the Citadel joint venture, One Chicago or whatever. And that got shut down, supposedly. The only Japanese stock I own right now is Takeda. Taka's done nicely the past week. Takeda is a Japanese pharmaceutical company. God, imagine buying BTC at 100K. A rough day for those guys. Yeah, I mean, Trump's always been pretty good at being in the back pocket of big finance, so I wouldn't be surprised if at some point the Elon Thiel JD trio gets ejected, or at least put in the back seat. Support here? Where are we at? 47? I think we slipped the synthetic log already. Yeah. Maybe a little at 45, but if we move any lower, we're just going to dump again. Vol's still coming up, and NQ and ES are both still selling off, so it doesn't look great. Rich people have been getting out of the market since he got elected. What are the total S&P returns since November 8th? Or, yeah. Less negative, right? Yeah, negative 1.35%. The pump after election is when he was elected. Tesla slipped 300. Why didn't you play that? I don't know. I was busy with other shit. I wrote it up. Whatever Tesla on the weekend stream. For the last 2 weeks, I've been like, it's going down more. Bad Orange, man. It's like I'm watching CNN. It's just a fact. I don't care about Trump one way or the other. But he causes volatility, and he's dangerous for risk assets. Everyone knows this. It was the same thing in his first term. Markets like stability. More than that, they like predictability. Thanks, Joe Rowe. Skibidity. Not me. I like 20 VIX. I made more money the last month than my wife's 401k has made in 6 years. Nice. All thanks to Gamma Strike, by the way. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it. Flat here is bad for theta burn. Pretty good for the puts they sold earlier to bounce all this. If we start falling from here, though, those puts are going to get shaken out. Yeah, these big gray bars make money go burr. Just need to slip a little. Someone needs to throw a banana peel on the tape. Has someone created an alt dork account? Bips, red candle, 10-year bank. Yurt, pork chop, Miata, dubs, and foot massage. Those are all of Dork's favorite things. Red bips on candles. Oops. I dropped something in your DMs. Oh, nice penis. Is that new? This 5923 call was wild, dude. We get back into SRF at these prices. 10.7% discount to NAV right now. Yeah, I kind of want the AI bubble to burst a little more. Like all of the run on SRF was due to like AI perceived energy demand, right? Not because like supply has actually like so uranium supply has actually fallen below global demand, and I'm long that. So I mean, yeah, it was nice. There were some sweet gains, but like if it gets back to my cost basis, I'm definitely gonna buy back in. Like hard, probably. No, discount to NAV is nice. But why not both? Why not lower notional price and a steep discount to NAV? Your cost basis on SRF is like 7? No, it's like 1050. Was 1050. I sold a big chunk of it when it hit like the like mid 20s. What are your predictions on SRF? I mean, resolution of the war in Ukraine, I'll probably see, if there is a resolution, we'll probably see prices drop in the near term. But I still think that supply doesn't match the current demand for uranium globally. And it takes a very long time, like years, to spin up like functional productive uranium mines. So I'm not really worried about the speculative side of the sector. What more of a catalyst do we need for a market crash than the dollar just bleeding lower? Right? Spread just keeps tightening. It was not a gap up, actually. I think GS just didn't fill the candle yet. Oh no, there was a little gap. But it's much smaller than it's showing. There. That's better. It didn't print on WeBull. Still just resistance in the same spot. Or lower. Could be lower resistance. Ooh, double gap. Gross. Trying to save the distribution. I want to put here. How much are they? Probably too much. Huh. Hmm. Synthetic short at 65. Interesting. Does this look like it's gonna get yoinked really hard? Like a pretty pink ceiling. Kind of funny that SCX can go down another 30% and still be considered overpriced by many metrics. True. Rain near my house, and now RFK is writhing on my driveway. That's beautiful. Any GS referral links? No, but we might set up a referral program in the future. That's going to require some programmatic handling, which we don't have built out yet. Or buy hat. These are first edition founders only hats. We might give some away, but we'll see. I was trying to buy puts and it dubbed well in the menu. I said it was going to get yoinked. They're like, no, gap up. Bulls are back, baby. Ugh. No, there's actually still some support. We gotta lose probably 55 for things to get nasty. Like, really nasty. But there's fortunately a big gap down there, so... Oh, we left another upside gap. Fun. No, keep going. I want to make another 100%. There's been an entire monthly live GS subscription off the Yoink. I guess I'll sub. Nice. Hmm. They're selling the 60 put? A little bit. Maybe just closing it. Hmm. What was this price action over the last hour and a half? I think bulls are trying to net out of their underwater positioning. So closing short puts to the upside of spot. De-risking, if you will. Well, we have some pretty distributive price action, like, through here, right? We got, a strong bounce on the back end of that distribution, which is fairly common, but so far, lower highs. So, yeah, I would say that the attempt at saving the remainder of the positioning doesn't look so great right now. There's still a gap down at like 59, 55 ish. Losing that level would be pretty bearish. It's right around, like, right below the gamma flip. So you can pull back down on a retest there. But we'll see. They're shorting vol right now, so they might try to stabilize things here. I just don't feel like it'll be very successful. Well, bulls established a little bit of support today. Probably try to establish a higher support and to close. And then, we have NVIDIA earnings tomorrow night, so it doesn't seem like it would be very crazy for them to try to push this back to a level where risk isn't so bad, at least prior to the NVIDIA earnings. Likely moves hard in one direction. I mean, probably a decent move in one direction. Straddles are expensive, though. I'd see how much of a move you need on one right now. Is there lag on the ticker showing in the top left? No, it's just not. That's just not live. That's like the rest of the website. So if I go like to here, it'll be Joby. Looks like the overnight stuff. Hmm. Mm. There's a big synthetic short at 59.65. So if we fall back below it or lose like 59.63, we'll probably go back down again. Like same thing, like the gamma gets yoinked out from under it. Yes, kind of looks like it's failing its top. How's NQ? NQ's in a head and shoulders. I don't think your VIX chart's updating. I think it is. What's the current candle? I still think VIX is moving because we're trading in like a 2 cent range.
Hmm. Some profit taking in the money. So 55 calls. But they're selling the 60 put still. Mm. Hmm. Oh, there goes the synthetic short. Hmm. NQ's not doing shit right now.
I haven't. I didn't even know that was an option. Delta flip dropped hard. Yeah. I shorted the 65 and 60 pit. Still don't think it matters, but I'm just building risk, like at the money. Maybe if futures buyers came in, but right now they're like really not. The volume kind of sucks. Power hour. Oh, it's boring. You're gonna pop 70? Maybe. I don't know. Support at 60 is starting to fall away, which is gonna be problematic. Also, there's like a synthetic short at 75. Also, like another synthetic short at 75. So 65 and 75. 75 smaller, but the call wall at 80 is enormous. So they'd have to squeeze the calls, which seems like it's going to be hard to do in this environment. Especially given that they're a bit overpriced anyway. And maybe even more important than that is NQ will need to get NQ will need to get a breakout, and right now it's not getting any volume at all. Like the stream, freeloaders. Thank you so much, Sand Sludge. Hmm. 6,000 C YOLO's print. I said it was going to be really hard to get anywhere higher than 80 today. And based on this, I would say there's a good chance we close under 50. Whee! Money. Let's go. Let's go fill that fat, juicy gap. All 66 cents of it. Sometimes get higher supports. You already fucking get squeezed out of your pits, idiots. No. Bad. Imagine selling puts above spot at resistance. Like, I get it at the low for the day. Sure. Scomps, you're always allowed to bite people. A tisk moment? We'll see. They have a lot of money, so it's... They've not put themselves in a great spot here, though. They've sold the 70, 65, and 60 put. And the 65 and the 70 are now deeper in the money. And the 60 is about to get squeezed out if we move down anymore. Which means they're probably going to get fucked on the 55 and 50 puts they've sold. And they've sold a lot of 50 puts. So many. Bears have a synthetic short at 60, or 65. It's like 1,300 puts, long puts, 2,600 short calls. NQ's starting to lose 21-2. Charm. You see a chance for a big move overnight? Eh. Not really. It doesn't look great. If we closed above like 60, 80, maybe they would try to get it up over 60 or like up over 6,000 overnight. But falling short of 6,000, I don't think is bullish at all. Mm. There's some futures volume on the sell side. Maybe not enough. What do you need to drop for vol to go up? Need to lose like 55 or 60. Oh. Hmm. $75 sold puts closed. Hmm. $200. Hmm. Charm shifts more negative under 60. Speed picks up at 70 to the downside. There's really no gains in delta to be made on the upside move. Gamma's a little bit supportive right here. Hmm. VIX is back at 19. There's a gap at 66 and a gap at 55. Not update. That's weird. Live data freeze? Oh, yeah, it did. Options data is moving. That's weird. Yeah, I think the pricing data is not coming in. We're still getting options data, but it seems like the pricing data is not coming in on GSX Live. What'd you do, Doric? No values for candles. We still have to slip the synthetic short at 65 for this to like really go down. As long as we stay above that, it'll be supportive. So 70 is definitely now a resistance with those short puts pulling back. Seems to be holding up at least. There's the synthetic short back in the money. A lot more momentum on the 60 test. Alright. Not terrible. This may fill the gap and keep dumping, but Yeah, I got out of my puts. I'm probably going to regret that in a second, but we'll see. The conviction on the 5960s was awesome. You dropped this, King. Thanks, man. I don't think it was nearly as awesome as the conviction on the 5960 that I forgot earlier today. Thank you so much, Billy. Why not leave one on the table? We've been getting some nasty dumps into close lately. I have other pets that don't expire in fucking 20 minutes. I made like 950 bucks off of how much risk? Like 1600 risk. So 60% return on risk. I'm okay with that. Also, Gamma's like pretty sharp to the upside, so if this reverses, it can reverse really fast, like faster than I'd be able to get out of them. Summary, don't be greedy. 1500 in risk. Yeah, whatever. I think it was 16. They were like, I think my cost basis was 330 on them. It was like right around here somewhere. Strangles are expensive right now. Yeah. I think Gamma's negative here. Those are, yeah. I mean, Gamma and Delta Flip are still moving. It's just that the price bars aren't updating anymore. Yeah, also data went down. I wasn't just gonna sit in them with like no information. What was a juicy drop? You able to take profit on the 55 gap fill? Nice. How much is a 70 call? $1? Hmm. Hmm. This gets back over like 58, it'll probably run up again. We're gonna struggle with that though. No, usually delta moving up when spot is above it is bearish. But gamma's pretty flat. Hmm. Comp time? I got positive gamma back. Should be able to just like rocket this shit back to 67, 68. It's gonna squeeze out some bulls if it gets over 270. Hmm. Hmm. It's good and nice, but NQ. Hmm. NQ seems fine also. It's definitely weaker, but seven minutes left. Mm, that's bad. So close. No, I mean, we'll probably close above 59.50. Charm's not really doing much here. It's not supportive, but it's not super bearish either. If we lose 50, that's another story. Then we can sell off really hard into close. Ooh, shit. There it goes. Speaking of losing 50. That's not good. Bull's gonna go for one more shakeout. What's up, Nuke? Four minutes, 59.75. Do it. Oh shit. Running out of time to make it happen. Yeah. Bear's too strong. Huh. Bulls got kind of fucked here on today. Yeah, there's no candles coming in. So the options, like the options volume and stuff is still updating. But the like upstream data provider is having an issue providing price. So there's no updates to spot. Went down like a few minutes ago. It did this end of day the other day too. They had the same problem. Hopefully they get it resolved soon because it's annoying as fuck. Ding ding. I wanted to make sure you weren't doging me. Alright, so we closed about 10 bips higher than where I expected us to. But we did get the full realization on the downside move with the low test at 59.10. We got pretty decent amount of put selling down there as the implied move got blown out, and moved back to an intraday high of like almost 80. Closed at 55, so above major support at 59.50. I'm not really sure this sets up a better move for tomorrow or just like another leg to the downside. Like honestly, like failing to retest the long-term trend today or even break back above this kind of descending wedge that we failed earlier is not a great look. We closed below 59.80, which is only minor resistance. So I would say we're probably still really likely to get a retest at 59.48, or maybe even down at like 5900 if this really fails. So things still look pretty fucking bearish. This isn't even a reversal on the day. I mean, this is, you know, like almost reversed and then failed. So not a good look going into tomorrow. Dollar down pretty sharply again, 41 bips, a significant amount against the yen, which is up 51 points on the dollar. Yields at the top end of the curve continue to decline, moving past the 2-week lows, getting a little bit closer to where we saw them beginning of like December. So, I mean, really high demand on bonds. They're rocketing. And then, you know, also bond volatility is moving up really fast with that. Commodities pulling back once again. Gold, silver dropped pretty hard. So did oil. Yeah, it looks like industrials and materials not really moving so much. Correlation continued to break down. There's a little bit of recovery into the end of the day, but still a higher top and no lower low. So it looks like that's going to keep moving. Carry trade down to 8.4x leverage. This is probably the most significant thing we're going to talk about here at close, is the forward yield on volatility going into tomorrow now positive 5.47%. And with bond demand picking up, the need to continue hedging that forward convexity is only going to increase. And so this starts to get like a bit of a runaway effect behind it, which is really something we've seen tamped down very quickly on prior breakouts. Generally speaking, you know, we don't stay here overnight. Usually by end of day, volatility has been under control, with the exception of, you know, like the major correction in August. Even here, I think, you know, we were only like October and early November. We were only above for a couple of days. So I mean, I kind of expect them to try to like push down on that, but you know, also yields are like the yield curve is far flatter than it was on the prior breakouts. the forward yield on volatility, which makes the potential of this a lot more extreme. You know, back here, yield curve was moving up as volatility moved up. And it is right now, but very, very little relative to the move in vol. And that's, you know, that's something that's a little bit concerning if we go back to like, this is the COVID crash, right? You know, you saw like it took a while, like vol moved up way ahead of the bonds. And you know, stayed elevated, and it wasn't, you know, really until things started crashing like hard that, you know, the demand for bonds picked up really, really sharply. And so there's some similarities with, you know, just the initial part of what we're seeing here compared to back then, or you know, like back in the like 2008 crash, which was a little bit more drawn out, but you know, we got this spike up in vol before we started to see, you know, bond demand pick up really sharply. And, you know, as bond demand picks up really sharply like that, you know, people sell equities. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, it's definitely a slow moving signal, but it's important. Bond volatility probably up again today, alongside correlation, which is kind of flattening out on its move up, but or at least not moving up as sharply as it did yesterday, but could still continue higher. Skew dropped again today. We'll probably continue to see that drop. I would imagine that, you know, there's still some demand for tail risk hedging even here. I don't think VIX has gotten out of backwardation yet. No, it hasn't. 46.12% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and, you know, another small drop in VIX cash VIX correlation. So we're not seeing people short vol hard, right? Usually on prior spikes, like if you look at this spike right here, you know, vol got shorted really, really fucking hard after that. Like the correlation broke apart really quickly. Not so much here. So people are definitely still scared about going longer vol, or like going short vol here, and long vol the underlying. That's a lot of risk. Realized vol still hasn't quite caught up. And it'll pick up a little bit today with the move down, but, you know, volatility is still substantially higher than like historic volatility over the same time periods. Which means, you know, if you take the risk of shorting vol here before historic vol kind of catches up, you're risking volatility continuing to move higher, which is dangerous. Not too much of a change in Fed FUD future expectations, but a big drop in the bear steepener, moved down 13%. Finally broke that low that we set back in early Feb. And so a bit of a pullback there. And lastly, I guess we could take a look at S&P on the daily. We did set a low today and closed above it, which may be significant going into tomorrow. I would expect at some point we'll probably at least retest the 50 MA, which is around 6,000, or will be around 6,000 tomorrow. And then that's where I would look for a more substantial failure. So you still probably have about $45 left to the upside, and that overnight price action will probably determine a lot. You know, if we continue to fail, like I pointed out on the 59.80 level on futures, then we may move down and test the low trend here at like 5,900 before moving up. But if we open relatively flat tomorrow on close, I would expect that we would probably move up and test that 50 MA level. So we'll see where we open and what it looks like in the overnight. But I would say those are probably the two potential outcomes for tomorrow. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I will see you guys bright and early. Later.